Hello, hello? Can you guys hear me? Oh shit, my mic. Alright, how's everyone going? Starting a stream is like super hard. Like, I'm fine like after the stream starts, but like when I'm starting the stream, I get like hella nervous and shit. But yeah, finally we can start the next case. I kind of like started later today because I also woke up later. I um I kind of slept super late, so yeah. Mm-hmm. So like yeah. So I made some edits to the waffy on the bottom right to make it look a little bit more like Wilson. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so awkward today. But anyways, let's just start so I can stop feeling like this. Maybe I should put this on screen as well. Oh my lord, it's so big. There. I don't know how many people even know what this meme is. Oh fuck, I forgot one thing. Hold on. I need to fix it. I'm gonna go crazy if I don't fix it. Hick? It's not on me. It's not on me. Hold on. I guess it's on me. She's too smart to be on me. she's too smart to be on me. Oh god, I'm gonna get attacked by teammates. No one record this conversation. If anything, Sherlock Holmes is more like Ame. Yeah, I saw it often. It's like super hard to remember the name because the name of it is like a bunch of random characters. That's why Sholmes is best girl. Sholmes hate. I'm so tired of every time I see him. He drains my energy when he's on screen. Relatable. When I was in high school, a lot of people thought I smoked weed because my eyes would always be so red. But I didn't smoke weed. It was because I would stay up all night to like study. So the next day, I would always look like complete shit. I wish I had 9 lives. So many cat references. Too terrified to tremble. Locum student Naruto Esquire. Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper. The Grim Reaper is a prosecutor. Shit, misclick. I knew it. The Reaper has nice legs. Yeah. He's quite the daddy, wouldn't you say? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I feel like I hurt my throat yesterday when I was like doing that old man voice. The architect, Moon Man. I forgot his name already. John Garrideb. Yeah, John Garrideb. I think I hurt my voice doing that voice. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? similarity with the trial 2 days ago. There is? Let's see. Well, they were both stabbed. Huh? Oh, he's talking about me. I thought they were talking about the murder itself. You're friends with the Reaper? No way. I've never even talked to him outside the courtroom. Friends, not a collab already. It was a impromptu collab. It was a gorilla collab, and we're doing another gorilla collab. Man with frail fortune, by the least lucky lawyer alive. Oh yeah, I was like looking at my VOD yesterday, and I was like hella lagging at some points. Nobody said it in chat though, but yeah, I noticed it. If it's like lagging, let me know. I don't want my stream to look like that. Feels bad, man. Actually, is it lagging right now? This is what I get for like multi-stream drifting, I think. Okay, it looks fine. Not skipping some text, like the frames are skipping. Like it would freeze for a second. Like every other second, the screen would freeze. I think the audio was fine, but having the frames drop like that looked really bad. Oh wait, I think it's doing that right now, actually. Yeah, it's doing that right now. Shit. How do I fix that? Maybe I have too many tabs open. I have like a billion tabs. I don't have any downloads right now, I don't think. Oh fuck. No, there was like this VOD of a stream I had open for a really long time, and I never got to finish it. but the VOD is gone. Damn it. I wonder why. I think it probably just expired, honestly. It was like a super old VOD. Fuck. Oh well. Okay. I hope it's fine now. It's hard for me to play and watch my own stream at the same time. So I'll miss if there's anything wrong with it. Because it looks completely fine on my screen. Like on OBS. My second stream, and it's my second stream in Britain, and it's my second collab with the Grim Reaper. Hope you're watching the stream, Kazuma, wherever you are. I miss the old judge. The judge in the other games was like super like slow and dim-witted, but like super funny. This judge is kind of like he's too good at his job, basically. He's too straight-laced. Oh, stop using that word. Student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Typical Nipponese arrogance. There it is, his cum chalice. Oh, and the Grim Reaper drinks wine too. Drinks wine right in the middle of a stream. I mean, not a stream, a trial, of course. Why did I say stream? Zeke Styles. I was wondering why you're typing Zeke's last stream. I didn't realize that's his name. I didn't realize that's like you. I mean, I knew that was his name. I didn't realize that you meant like a fake emote. Zeke's toast would be a good one. Oh wait, what the heck? He's back. It's Bruce Fairplay. Oh shit, it's the... Wait. Okay, how can she be at the court? she's not a unbiased jury member. She knows the defendant. The defendant lives in her building. Already we're screwed, because if you recall from yesterday's stream, she really hates that foreigner. There's nothing that she won't do to stop from shit-talking him. Alright, well, already we're starting off with our odds against us. This is pretty bad because the foreman, the number one person on the jury is considered like to be the leader of sorts, who like controls the jury, right? And in the last case, we kind of sorta accused him of murder, so there's no way he's gonna be unbiased. So Bruce Fairplay is anything but fair play. Oh no! Oh no! Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Dreadful. What a travesty. Name and occupation, please. I feel like this is the first case where we actually have the inspector or the detective show up and actually do detective things. Normally, in every other game, the first person we see on the stand is usually the detective. A young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Thought to be. Oh right, she's in a coma. Look at the street map. Prior Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. Horse-drawn? But with what hands do horses draw? It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Oh yeah, I added a new emote. I can't use Watson. That's copyright. I can't use Watson. Oh, were you joking or were you serious? Yeah, it's Wilson. Removed from the victim's back. I see. Youch! That's a big knife. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife has been entered in the court record. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? We don't have a motive. The guy just ran away. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting his second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Honestly, this case is like very, what is it? Shallow? The defendant doesn't really have a motive.
Objection!
Tenuous. Yeah. Your words have soured its hallowed banquet. Yeah, insubstantial evidence. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Yeah, it's fries. It's fish and chips. So he has like almost infinite fish and chips at all times. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. I like how he didn't mention Sherlock Holmes once during his testimony. Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Wait. Why does the photograph have color? So this is super interesting to me because if you play the Ace Attorney games, the original ones, right? The original trilogy, none of the photographs have color. even though the games take place in the 2010s. And this game takes place in 1900, and yet the photographs have color, right? So there's really no explanation in the universe why the photographs don't have color in Ace Attorney. Basically, the only reason that I can give is that they were trying to save space on the Game Boy Advance cartridge by using black and white instead of color. Take a look at this photograph. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Incident report. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location. Pavement of Briar Road, East Side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Rolly Beat? We haven't met this person yet. I wonder if they'll appear later on. Additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Oh, what? Is there nothing to talk about? Hello? I don't see any blood on the knife either. Why would they clean it? Okay. There's nothing really strange about the knife, except for its large size. Stabbed in the back. Oh my god, she looks like an onion, honestly. And then, yeah, the books are the defendants. Very, very incriminating, I must say. Yeah, the victim was a large woman. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings. Her green overcoat. Well, that is exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What would the world come up with next? Oh, please no videos. Videos are my trigger in Ace Attorney. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Ding ding.
Hold it!
How quaint. Oh god, it's that foggy. I was nearly trampled by horses. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Ah.
Hold it!
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Oh yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on a tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Is that true, though? Because our defendant said that he couldn't even see anyone besides the victim. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Oh boy, if only I could conquer the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with their testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She is being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started, so I could take a statement. But it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find this all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hand full with the books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those messy old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. The local map's information has been updated in the court record. A local map. A street map of the location area showing the locations that are relevant to the case. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Oh fuck. Hold on. Yeah, he didn't go to that bookshop. He went to a completely different bookshop. He went to your books instead of Bourbon Books. Inspector Grayson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes.
Hold it!
So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, Can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we, haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question, no. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. Right? Why didn't we confirm this? This is pretty important. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he doesn't. The bloke clearly has it in his head, has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing, and rarely notices the name. Well, that's very convenient, isn't it? I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. So, it's just as I thought though. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Hold it!
You asked for the help of the famous detective Sherlock Holmes to locate the defendant, I believe. ... Stuff and nonsense. Sorry? That jack in office, that busybody just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Ah! I tell them time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your bloomin' instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hand on any details, we'll all be reading it in Rance magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. No, Mr. Sholmes. Aren't you clever, Mr. Sholmes? That's all the thanks I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to Yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him? That's what you want, right, Gregson? You want the Reaper to take care of him? I didn't know the Reaper takes assassination jobs. They want to graduate Sholmes. Yeah, they want to graduate Sholmes. Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He admitted that all those books all over the pavement that at the scene were the ones he bought that day. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed? Yes. They're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Well, we already know what it is. Oh fuck. There it is.
Objection!
Objection! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books, Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. Objection. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Objection! Yes, but what difference does it make? Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Objection! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if it might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he almost certainly would have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed the location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it might be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously, we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. That's a huge difference. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. Is it really not a difference? It seems like a difference to me. He could have taken like a different route. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spill it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Ah, they're names of cigars. Okay. That's why I didn't recognize any of them. Ah, okay. London Fog. Ragged Books. Thunderhawk, did you just get here? Do you see my Futsal? I'm not sure how to pronounce the name of that, but yeah. You're around for a bit? Gotcha. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Yeah, in the bottom left. Why are you concerned? Why are you concerned? Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I expected, As I suspected. You can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry. But would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah! She's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Alright, cool, I can save. Raise an objection. The assertion made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Yeah, he could have just walked the other way. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was stabbed.
Objection!
But that's the problem, isn't it? Because... So let's say he takes that route, right? Why are his books in the middle of the street? Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Okay, but the thing is, he's a foreigner, right? He wouldn't know which way is short or which way is long. Especially if it's foggy. He's pretty bad memory, right? On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
Objection! Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. Ah, thank you. Ugh. I don't believe this! Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it! I agree with Lord Van Zee wholeheartedly and in every way. Present your findings to the court. Guilty!
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 Oh god.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Oh no, here it comes. We gotta do that appeal. The old man was paying attention. I know, right? It's not over yet. Time to tip the scales! That's awesome. Summation examination. Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it only could have been a victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shop that, but Bobbin books, no, not worth a visit. So only 4 of the 6 statements are useful, I'm assuming, due to previous experience. When the stabbing occurred, the only 2 people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in a green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Ugh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? Oh no, it's Jack the Ripper! It's Jack the Ripper, phantom attacker in the fog, targeting women. This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for this defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the child to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it! Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? Oh boy, Project Melody has just shattered.
Hold it!
Side of it. Is this really relevant to the case? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with a disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't say that. That's a slur. So, I doubt that they'll ever use that term. Nobody else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must have been the man. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't have been more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well, for her. The man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Ah, there's our trigger right there. He hates his house, so it makes a lot of sense why he wouldn't take that road. Well, yes, why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Ah! I'm supposed to be convincing you here. Oh Christ, that's a bit much. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Saseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful!
Hold it!
The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. Oh really? She's gonna go with that. She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is gonna be awkward. Oh, why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, does he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Yes he does. Yes he does. Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just a sort. What? Spending all his time in the dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on the shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. Eastern regions. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened, by that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right, Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. What? No way. So he did take this route. Oh man, my theory. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Please, just a crumb. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk.
Hold it!
So if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. Oh wait, no. Okay, I understand what he meant now. So he was working on that street that day. So there's no possible way for Mr. Natsume to take that road. There you go. There's proof that Mr. Natsume took Calabash Road. Here we are on Meerschaum Street. Yes, it was just here, it was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. Started in the morning and we can't have finished before 6. And 5 was the time of the murder. The snow had stopped coming down, but it's long past dark for sure. That means the roadwork was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock. Roadworks on Meerschaum Street, huh? Your books, yes, nice shop that. But Bourbon books, no, not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Sorry, folded you say? Fold what? No, what I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and down my head. I knew it. I knew that his green outfit would would matter. This is what Mr. Natsume saw. He saw juror number 6 lying in the road, and he thought that a lady collapsed. Holy hell. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Corn Pipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Yeah, what are the chances he's on jury, right? Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help but feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
Objection!
Objection! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. Wait, did I pick the wrong answer? There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. Okay, never mind. This is the right answer. Okay. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat, who suddenly collapsed in the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Objection! Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him on that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of that neighborhood. Oh my. Ah. My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? Oh no. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6. It means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as been roaming about there, would have boxed us off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Ah, thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only, if we could just identify one more clue of discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Objection!
Objection! Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, jury number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what had been said on a map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. Well, what do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3. He said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Objection! Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks, it seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Hololive Entertainment Company.
Objection!
Objection! I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which he had excavated, sir. That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Yeah, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And we just turned any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could have sprung a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. An old man. Cold man? You can talk? You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question. You slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I, can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I fear. Oh, he's taking it off. He's getting serious now. And so, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Oh man, I'm not ready for the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Who? The guy on the left does not look like he's old enough to be a policeman. Holy crap. These designs. Oh no, he's trapped. He's trapped in this relationship. Constable Rolly Beat, saw? Nothing to report in the streets, saw? And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Oh god, he definitely looks beat up, that's for sure. Oh, what's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, I understand the pun. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. Yeah. So together, these two make a pair. Patricia and Rolly becomes patrol, and his job is patrolling the beat. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. O'Malley? Oh, I see. Interesting. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. He's like chewing on his hat strap thing. And a man of slumber. Oh, thanks. Dude, go to sleep. Unless you're still watching the TTRPG. To be honest, I feel like Rolly as well. But that's okay. I'm always like this. And they witness the event as it occurred. It's not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat. That's right, sir. Isn't it, Raleigh? Constable Raleigh Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. I was wondering, like, it doesn't look connected from this angle, right? But I'm pretty sure that it should be. It was our wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I saw him both as clear as day. Was it really? Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If the testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. This guy made me, like, waste so much time. Like, what's with these coincidences? Testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. How could this be? How could they have seen him? Yes, my lord. God, I'm not ready.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? No, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It sees you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? doesn't it, darling? Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh, Raleigh, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Aren't they married? This is very strange indeed. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my lifestyle. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen till the end. What's that now? A warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the parting of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But so, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Jesus Christ, their eyes. Their eyeballs. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. Oh, shut up. Shut up. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim, as pictured in the print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time, there are nobody else nearby. Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road to see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's a street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a cop who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the street, I swear to it, sir. I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. We're still maintaining that there is no one else other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere else to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Didn't we, darling? What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Hold it! Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was a man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now, please continue. Yes! We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Isn't that right? What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Reed. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't exactly on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box where the beat the incident fell under so she could go. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case is quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know! Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was the only light, didn't he? Ah, yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace to those of us who will have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can't tell you for sure and for certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Can't we, darling? Well, yes. He was accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, and the snub... No. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san. They saw him running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? If Cosmo-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think we would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. You could identify some other part of the testimony which appears to contradict the facts. You might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so against it? Mr. Lawyer, can I ask you something? Wait, what the hell is going on? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you so. It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Mrs. Beat. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he... 4 books? Hold on. Yeah. Yep, there's our contradiction. 4 books? That can't be right.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as he said. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Raleigh. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. Alright, he's fucking useless. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. B, seeing as you regale the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was The Picture of Monsieur Somebody or the Other, and What's It Yearnings, and then there was A Meal for Someone, and the last was definitely the Thingummy something. You see? Her memory is fucking useless. Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they're along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Don't you agree, darling? And whoa, put your gun down. Put your gun down, sir. This is not a place for that. Holy shit. A sleepy man with a gun. Terrifying. Yes, she really is.
Objection!
Objection! Yeah, they don't carry guns anymore. This is 1900s Britain. This is London town. London town. Oh, fuck! Holy shit, I almost fell out of my chair. I leaned too far back. Christ. That scared the shit out of me. Okay. 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. The Picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingummy something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there are only 3 books, not 4. What? This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There are 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied on. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, 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 no! Okay, I see the scarf now. That's cool. It's a cute detail. I wish I had a scarf like that. Couple scarf. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. A couple scarf for one? Well, I didn't say for one, you know. I didn't say for one, obviously. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. Is anyone here watching Alira? Fucking Alira just said that if they were Phoenix Wright characters, Alira would be Phoenix Wright and Finana would be Larry Butt, because when something smells, it's the fish. He only needs you. Why are you here just to talk about Selene? Why are you here just to talk about Selene? You haven't said a single word until now. What the heck? Holy crap. I mean, I thought about watching Selene earlier, but I was curious to how long Alira would play Cookie Clicker for. I was like, you really expect me to watch Apex? Come on, man. You really expect me to watch Apex? Sheesh! I mean, if you don't want to be here, you can go. I'm not holding you hostage to watch me. I'm not expecting you to play Apex. I'm not playing Apex! Yeah, I know Selene is super skilled, but I don't give a shit about skill when I watch a VTuber, if I have to be completely honest. Who watches VTubers for his skill? I'm here to have a good time. You are not a hostage to watch my streams. You can go. Go ahead. Yeah, she has personality as well. She's very, very entertaining. She can make me watch paint dry, I'm pretty sure. Just because she laughs so goddamn much. But anyways, I feel like my stream just got derailed. That is true. That is true. Sheesh.
Objection!
I bet the fourth book is being obscured by her large body. You're saying I'm not a hostage. You want me to kick you? I can kick you if that's what you want. If you feel like you're a hostage to my stream, I can kick you so you can't come back. Alright. Also, your name is a bitch to type. There. Have fun. He asked for it. I pulled the trigger. Print, you mean to say? This fucker! I hate him! Why do you do this? Why didn't you show me every photograph at the beginning? The fuck. I need to turn my monitor. The Lion's Pride. Wait, that book is burnt. The book was from the Mr. John Garridab's collection. That's his favorite book. For the original print by the victim's torso. No. It's just like I said, Doc. Isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabrielle, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Raleigh? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court. Please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph number 2. A second photograph of the scene taken by the policeman after the incident. It specifically shows the victim's hand. The 4th book has been entered in the court record. The 4th book, a book entitled The Lion's Pride, discovered by the victim's hand at the scene. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? I fear French people are getting beat the fuck out of their face. Yes, you're right. French people are. I mean, to be fair, he asked for it. He told me to kick him. So, what am I supposed to do but do as he asked, right? Give him what he wants.
Objection!
Objection! I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Ding, ding. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Oh, thank you. Oh shit, I'm out of water. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight to this case and hitherto has been overlooked. Oh boy. Alright, I think it is a good time to take a break because I'm out of water. So, yeah, so people are here. You don't have to be here, you know. You can go and watch other people do your reps, get water, eat food, go to sleep, shit like that. Feel free. Do not feel that you have to watch me, you know. But I'll be right back. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Alright, I'm back with my spicy nudes. Do you guys want BGM when I'm doing this? Or... Because I'm not sure, like... If you're like me, you're probably like multi-stream drifting. So I would get annoyed if someone had BGM on. But maybe some people want BGM. Do 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 do. You don't mind? Okay. I'll just put on BGM in case some rando comes into the stream and wondering what the heck I'm doing. So yeah. You know, I don't care about numbers, but dude, how the heck do I have more followers than Niamian? If you guys aren't following Niamian on Twitter, you guys should follow him on Twitter, like, right now. He's so good. So much. He draws my OCs better than I can. So, I really appreciate having him around. In fact, let me put up the thing he just drew for me today. Hold on. This is amazing. Yeah, I wrote in FGO recently. The other day, I actually had a fried chicken ASMR mukbang stream where I ate fried chicken and rolled in FGO at the same time. I spent like, what, 300 SQ and 20 tickets just to get Musashi. It was depressing. It was a depressing stream, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's okay though, cause I got her in the end, so I'm happy. Now I'm just waiting for Penguin to be released, and then I'll try to roll for her as well. Yeah, I tried for Merlin. I got him in the first 10 roll. It was amazing. Holy crap. Fuck you. Did you? How was your Merlin luck? How did you do? Did you try for Merlin? Damn, dude, that fucking sucks. Bro, the amount of SQ I spend is like, it's depressing numbers. So, like, me getting like Merlin that easily is a blessing. Like, I deserved it after the amount of pain I went through. I'm just waiting for a Lambda right now. Alright, so the ramen I'm eating, if you missed you're an Art Sounds Auntie. Welcome, Tono Killer. Thank you for becoming an Art Sounds Auntie. I hope you enjoy your stay here. You told me to time you out. By the way, so you know I don't have a fan name, right? You know I don't have a fan name, right? So, a while ago, a couple of days ago, I was like, you know what? My fan name is Art Sounds Aunties. So there you go. Thank you for becoming one of my fans. I guess you can say I'm the biggest Art Sounds Auntie of them all. Yeah, this is the brand that I eat. 2 times spicy. This shit is nuts. But I love it. I'm like super used to it now, so it doesn't bother me too much. But I think for the normal man, you'll probably throw up. So don't try it at home. Honestly, Till, your biggest crime is being French. That's right, I said it. I said it. I'm jealous? Why would I be jealous? Fuck you. Fuck you. I wish I took French in high school instead of Spanish. There was this really cute French Korean girl that I knew a while back. Who would be jealous of a stinky ninky? I know, right? Who'd be jealous of a clown? Stinky clown. It's a clown's world. We live in a society mean, I'm not gonna lie. I chose Spanish because living in Texas, Spanish would come a lot more in handy, right? And it really has. It helps me a lot. There's a lot of people who can only speak Spanish, so it's nice to be able to communicate with them. I can't hold a full-on conversation, but I know enough keywords to get by, basically. I only took 2 years of high school Spanish, so it's nothing special. Hydration check. Ugh. Let me eat one more time. swallowed too fast. Oh god. Hey, hey, Tamaro. Is this your first time here? I don't think I've ever seen your name before. But, nice, nice timing on your part. I'm freaking dying. Oh shit. Oh no! Coughing it back up makes it worse! Because the spiciness comes back out! But yeah, I love no, I do eat more. I can eat spicy ramen almost every day. I love it that much. I always have like a fuck ton in my food drawer, I guess. It's so good. I don't eat it plain. I like to throw in like ham and cheese. So it's not as spicy as you might think. Oh, I also throw in 2 eggs. Because I'm that greedy when it comes to eggs. I really love eating eggs. Yeah. I was watching Dumpling Shirara the other day do spicy noodle ASMR, and it made me crave some. So I felt like I had to eat some. Gah. Okay, I think I'm okay now. Time for another bite. I highly recommend spicy noodles if you've never tried some. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck. I have like so many text sources that I didn't label properly. Holy crap. Oh shit, it's so big, it's so big, it's so big. Hold on. I'll just make a new one. Oh yeah, you already retweeted the post on Twitter, so I don't need to show. But yeah, Neon Draws did this super awesome animation. I didn't have to ask for or anything. He just did it. It's super cool. So I gotta promote him. Yeah, it's super cute. Pretty much captures my reaction on that dreadful day. Neon love, yeah, Neon love. Oh yeah, we have well, I think you already know, but we have BTT emotes, and you can check the list here. Koopa was playing No More Heroes, right? I checked in her stream and she just finished the fight with Bad Girl. Did she end up beating the game at the end of that stream or not? Oh, okay. You drew those emotes for her, right? The ones that you posted? Yeah. I recognize your work. They're really good. I've been trying to draw emotes myself. I'm still like really new to it, so I don't exactly know what I'm doing. Yeah. I need to watch more art streams to see how people make their emotes. Because that's another skill that I need. There's so many things I want to draw. Okay, so I checked her Twitter. She finally wait. Oh, we did it. We beat it. Wait, oh, so she hasn't beaten the game yet. I see. Okay. That just means more No More Heroes streams. It's one of my favorite games, so I'm always excited to see people play it. Emotes are good enough to make, are they? I'm still not good at figuring out what size canvas I should draw on. I draw really, really big without trying to, right? And emotes have to look good small. So it's really difficult for me. Also, I'm not good at drawing in like a simplified style. I can't say that I can draw in a regular style either. So if I can't do that, then I can't draw in a cute simplified style. 2x2, I mean 2K by 2K. I used to draw 4K by 4K. And that still was like too big for me, right? There's this one drawing where like I drew a head on the 4K by 4K. So I had to extend my canvas even further to fit everything. So I ended up finishing it on like a 12. Yeah, right. Yeah, it was nuts, the amount of space I took. And when I sent it to people, it would take forever to load. So I'm still working on trying to draw small. I don't know how to do it. I've seen like when people make emotes, like if you watched Ina's emote streams, she has like square boxes where she puts the emotes in. Like, I want to try and do something like that. Of course, I don't really need to focus on emotes at this point. I haven't even reached 50 followers, so. It's kind of a moot point. But if other people ask me to make emotes, I still need to learn how to do it. Yeah, think about the future for sure. Yeah, thick lines. I've noticed like people's emotes, there's usually like a big thick outer line around them. I guess it's better for visibility. Yeah, color. It's about trying to like convey as much information as possible on a really small surface. Yeah. I hate like zooming in and seeing the pixels. Yeah. I kind of like jump around between 5, 8, and 10. And if I want to make a really thick line, I go up to 20. That's pretty much like my choices, I guess. Yeah. I know some people who draw with 1-point brushes, which is insane to me. Holy crap. And this is on a 2K canvas? If I drew that big, it would never fit. Holy shit. I'm always curious, like, how other people draw. Because, like, you know, it's basically what they do. Like, everyone does something different. So it's always, like, super interesting to talk about it. Art streams are always, like, super fascinating for me. I like, learn something every time I watch one. Oh, hell no. Tarantulas. What the hell? Oh, wait, did Gura get a tarantula? Or did she settle on a spider? I mean, not a spider, a cat. I already forgot. I think she got a cat, right? Oh shit. Pokemari is releasing a art book. They're a really good artists. They've done stuff for like FGO. If I wasn't broke, I'd buy their art book. The last art book I bought was from Navi Gavi. Yeah. Have you seen Navi Gavi? They normally draw booba and good food. Yeah, Raita. Raita is super good. Raita is one of my favorite artists as well. People make fun of them for like their anatomy or whatever, but that's just their style. They know exactly like what they're doing. If you've ever seen them draw a male, like you can see how incredibly detailed and like skilled they are. Their men are like incredible. Yeah. Moriarty, Kintoki. Their drawing of Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, is really cool too. Super impressive. Oh yeah, and something that a lot of people don't know about Raita, right, is that anyone who's ever played what's that game? Katoa Shoujo. Anyone who's ever played Katoa Shoujo, the original concept for Katoa Shoujo came from one of Raita's doujinshi. He drew a bunch of injured, disabled girls in the back of one of his books, and the people who made Katoa Shoujo were inspired by him. So basically, Raita is the unofficial father of Katoa Shoujo. Yeah, it's pretty nuts to see it like just come from a bunch of small sketches, right, and become like this really well-known and classic piece of work. Alright, so I just finished my spicy nudes. So I'm gonna clean up a little bit, and then I'll get right back to the Great Ace Attorney. Everyone stretch, refill your water, whatnot, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's go. Alright. To be honest, I completely forgot what the heck we were doing. But yeah, let's go. Alright, I need to examine this evidence. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruto. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Oh yeah, let me know if my stream lags, because on my screen, when I'm looking at it from OBS, it looks like perfectly smooth, but it might not be that case on the actual stream. Nice. Now Velik emote. I'm always jealous of people who are like membered and have emotes that I don't have, because it's so cool to see them. I just have to like pray that someone randomly gifts me an emote.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book. Well, if I see it, I'll gift you a sub. Oh yeah, you gifted me a shady sub. That was super cool of you, because I always wanted to use the shady, is that Shady Cry? Yeah. I always see this one in other people's chats. And I always wanted to use it. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand. Wait, you're making Shady's emotes too? How many people's emotes are you making?
Objection!
Objection! You're getting paid for this, right? These are all commissions, right? We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Oh, of course, if you're under NDA, then don't worry about telling me, right? Just Koopas and Shadies. I got you. Shady paid me, but it's been like 2 months. God damn, bro. Well, I guess, you know, if he's okay with that amount of time, then it's fine. But jeez, I feel like that's a long time for a commission. But to be honest, it's not like I have much experience with commissions either. I'm very much a noob at this kind of thing. Yeah, no worries. Like, you know, real life obligations sometimes gets in the way. Yeah. As long as your client is cool with it, man, that's all that matters. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ah! Yes. I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question continued to hit hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means, you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is a vital clue to this case, which this fourth book contains?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Objection! Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Tom has suffered? Its owner, I believe. Wait, can I save? Alright, nice. Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how could you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel? The defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Well, obviously, it's John, fuck, I already forgot his name. John Garadeb, a retired army man who's the landlord of the lodgings rented by the defendant, Mr. Natsume. An old knee injury means he's confined to a chair most of the time. I never got to read the other ones. Oh snap! I forgot to change my title. Thank you. Holy crap, I totally forgot. Yeah, I already finished the mukbang. Sorry about that. You missed it. The victim of this case was found with a knife in her back. You made the architect bros cry? What do you mean? What do you mean I made the architect bros cry? You were there for the stream. The architect is here. It all checks out. John Garrideb! The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb, the landlords! And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. That's on fire. Alright then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
Objection! This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Objection! This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. Good Lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title as the subject of this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
Objection! This is risible. This is risible? Risible? Hold on. Risible, such as to provoke laughter. Wait, no, it's risible. Risible. Okay. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Oh no, not the D word! Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir! My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir! But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back against a window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Objection! No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garadev's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadev household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and... Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah! Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadev's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Dun, dun, dun. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward! A mean coward! Really? Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it! All you've done is sully our family's name! No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Did she just slap? She just slapped the other guy. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache. He ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? Calling him a yellow belly? Yeah, he's calling him a yellow belly. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! If books are your own predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Feet, stop! Stop posting feet. I don't know if everyone here has seen my thumbnail, but I'll show it for like 1 second. Here you go. Alright, are you guys satisfied yet? You've had enough feet already? Back to the game. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Oh boy. Here we go again. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth! There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued? What? Trial Part 2. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the ground on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hard to laugh threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Sneezes? Because of the ashes? Or what? With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Oh boy. The defense's rebuttal.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a light on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelming suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. What about beyond a reasonable doubt? I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you had omitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window is open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from such childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow, I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Okay, it makes sense that the window should be open, right? Because she burned the room. You need to open the window and let the smoke out. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Yeah, so my theory right now is that the woman in the street wasn't stabbed at all, but instead, during the fight, she threw a knife out and it stabbed her.
Hold it!
It sounds ridiculous, but the wife is incredibly strong. With flames of love, I'll have you know, there's really no such thing as a loving, incendiary bomb. Stop hitting that guy! Is he okay? Well, he brought it upon himself. It's like, it's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen from your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrideb. Oh shit. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right. Well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as... Oh no! No, I don't like the implications. I don't like the implications one bit. No. NTR in my courtroom? It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Christ, man. I was not expecting this.
Hold it!
It's more likely than you think. You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, they say, people who get really suspicious about cheating, like really upset, or like come to conclusions. Usually they're the ones who are cheating in the first place. So they're trying to like justify their actions by believing that their spouse or significant other is doing it as well. But of course, what do I know, right? You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? He was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles? On a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously! It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What if he asked what it was? The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room has filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked a young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again the jury statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. Alright, time for action. Okay, I know which ones I want to use.
Objection!
Objection! These two jury statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened up his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled up with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. Oh my hat! Alright, I know where to pursue later on. Let me follow through with this line of thinking. Oh my hat! Therefore, To clear the smoke, either Mr. Garadev or his wife almost certainly opened the window. That, you can't deny, would be in no way out of the ordinary. No, I suppose it wouldn't. When you get to my age, you learn a thing or two, you know. And I can tell you, you'd have to be a prize idiot not to open the window if there was a fire. Huh? Yes, of course, I think I need to reconsider my statement. Yes, please do. That's a step in the right direction, I think.
Hold it!
At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Garadev household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. On account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. We also know that Mrs. Garadev was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed in a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have thrown past the man and out the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. Ah! So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough? What's it gonna take to persuade these people? Time to pursue.
Hold it! Oh my. Excuse me.
Excuse me. Juror number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadev! Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house is on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window is open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadev's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but yes, it's true.
Hold it!
And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadev told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well as you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. I don't like this. I don't like that he's reacting to this. But let's continue. Right, totally understandable. I mean, you can't waste time deciding what to use next, can you? When you feel the way I did, you don't care what it is. You just want to smash it into his face. You see where violence can lead, Mr. Sato? I'm disheartened to think you might believe me capable of such behavior. Anyway, I have a feeling I might have noticed someone reacting a little strangely to Mrs. Garrideb's remarks just now. Oh, perhaps I missed something while I was, preoccupied?
Oh boy.
Excuse me. You know something? Since a shit, mate. I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. How is this story relevant to this situation? 2 weeks ago? I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Oh, no, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What, attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was started by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be a very powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Ah, here it is. Juror number 2, juror number 5.
Objection!
Objection! These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once! Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadev's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadev household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadev could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadev household to the scene of the crime was... Alright, let me save. This jackknife!
Take that!
I must apologize in advance for this. but I need you to confirm something else with the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel, what are you doing? That's a weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against a window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that! The book was found in the victim's grasp! Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly into her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point! That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end! Not right now! Oh my! Ah! Mrs. Garadeb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, well, that explains everything. This was no murder at all. This was an accident. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. What follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? That's your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman. The defense's argument is a joke. To which I barely know how to respond. that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should be already more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to this scene is some, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards? That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having important significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the Japanese follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his voice. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Objection! He threw out the whole bottle! Right? Someone in the audience just got glassed. That reminds me of, what game was that in? Was that, LA Noire? Where it's like, glass him, right? And a lot of people assume that glass him means to hand him, a glass of alcohol. But in reality, like, the character just gets smashed over the head with a glass of wine or something. My God. There are already witnesses in the stand, whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London Bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Raleigh, my hero, you're making me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh? And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir! Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on top of the top floor Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Yeah, he's eating his helmet strap. I don't know why. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the room. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents a window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it from opening? That's news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. See the problem then? You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards of the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be! See that, Raleigh? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits a cross-examination. Oh, my lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. What the hell did I do? That was my theory. My theory that the knife was thrown out the window. They threw my theory out the window.
Hold it!
It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all its policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Duty? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what the job is all about. And that is why I can stand here today besides my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir! Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Ugh. No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well. So could you answer the question? This was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you will take back some of the tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I've been having to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Constable Beat's warrant card has been entered into the court record. Warrant card. A small folding wallet that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere.
Hold it!
Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Anyways. I'll just take the time to look at it now. Principles of policing. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. I'm not sure if I see any contradictions yet, but we'll see. Yes, so. They're just here to allow a bit of... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, you didn't see that. I misclicked. No! My games. Anyways. They're just there to allow a bit of air to the house, you see. So they're restricted to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room will simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here's the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. There's a reaction right there. I'll have to pursue that later. You helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. That's right, sir. The sad truth is we're all overworked. So even though it wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, is it my turn now? Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for a lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can I guide you to answer the question? If a flaming red book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? That's right, yes. If I had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box and every beat. So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes? Normies. Yeah, normies. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene at the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether irregular to me, sir. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photograph print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garadeb without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garadeb. If we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garadeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman is hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this, one way or another, I swear. Yes. Oh fuck! I missed it. Damn it! I held the fast forward button too long.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'm just holding down B. There it is. Excuse me. Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street by our road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, so... That really is cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yes, of course, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. I'm starting to see something, but we'll see how it goes. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was a good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, darling? That must have been it, Pat, my love. That must have been it. I think perhaps we should make sure that we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. The case files information has been updated in the court record. And now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What the hell is going on? Yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as a wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beats, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That's a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, doesn't he? Well, watch out, sir. I might like to get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction? Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. Yeah. He gets ever so cross. Oh well, we've all made mistakes like that from time to time, I'm sure. I got the wrong church on the day of our wedding, I remember. It caused a terrible kerfuffle. I very nearly got married to someone I never even met before. That would most certainly not do, madam. Anyway, continue with our testimony, please, Constable. Yes, sir. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
NTR. Oh, NTR, nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I hate this. NTR, nothing to report, sir. I swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the line spider was originally in the Gyarados household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the handle? Did I read this already? Holy shit, I did. I'm sorry. I got distracted by the NTR. Alright, so I need to press this and then pursue.
Hold it!
Whoa. Pursue.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Constable Beat, is there a problem? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wise remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. Ding. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought that she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Raleigh, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long because of the banquet, silly. The banquet? I'm sorry. What banquet Wait, bouquet. Why the hell am I reading banquet? Bouquet. Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Raleigh's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies. You're just hungry? No, I'm not hungry. I already ate. I just ate earlier. I'm not hungry. Farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes. How romantic. No. I don't need to eat anymore. I'm very, very much full. I normally don't eat that much in a day. But streaming makes me hungry, so that's usually when I tend to eat. If I'm distracted, I can like either not eat for a day or like eat like one meal and I'll be good to go. It depends on like how much drawing I'm doing. Yes, how romantic. I've forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, if you please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Huh. Foolish girl. Foolish normie, bragging about foolish normie rights. Foolish. You've dug your own trap. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset when we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. Foolish fool who foolishly fools around with foolish fools. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then, you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly brought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Oh! Yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly brought me for our anniversary with old bits of change she found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house. Although it wasn't noticed until morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. The anniversary bouquet has been added to the court record. Anniversary bouquet. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. Too bad. Too bad. I'm gonna take a look at it. It's wrapped in newspaper. Plum blossom, peach blossom, cherry blossom. Stylish indeed. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Oh, okay. Nothing else interesting about this thing. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I will do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Arm if song. What does that mean again? Oh, right. Fake text, right? I wonder which statement. I think I know which one, but I might be wrong. I think that Rose gave us the evidence that we needed.
Objection!
No! I fucked up! Shit, man. Was there something that I missed? This was the one I clicked.
Hold it!
Oh fuck, I didn't mean to click that. Okay, I think it's supposed to be here. So let's try that.
Objection!
There you go. This is what I meant to do. I hate it when, like, I know what I want to do, but, like, I have to pick the right statement to get there. Like, I know what plot points I want to push the story into. Yeah. That cannot be. Yeah, the game mechanics are very picky. They want you to be super specific. In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back to the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer nearby.
Objection!
Objection! Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. The first trilogy was way worse in that regard. Yo, yeah, for sure. I was also, like, a lot younger when I played that game. When I played the series, so I made a lot of mistakes. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager? Objection! But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I swear. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? That's about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which is thrown out the window by his wife. Would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, he was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here, at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says? Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Objection. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had the cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Alright. I'm pretty sure I have this right. I'm pretty sure I know who it is.
Take that!
Take that! Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Oh god, what was that? What was that movie that Ame watched with the... What was that movie Ame watched, like, with the clues? Was it called Clue? Fuck, man. God, it was so... The ending was so funny. It was like, alright, time to go home and fuck my wife. God, I love that scene so much. Yeah, I'm gonna go home and make love to my wife. Fucking amazing movie. Holy shit. That was a great twist. Straight pride. Yeah, straight pride. There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. B, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it all up. It's nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Huh? You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. That's where you're wrong. I have a motive. But let's keep going. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not to point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Wow, I can't believe it. I know something that Van Zeeks doesn't know. Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where all this tumultuous trial I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? And gonna save Scum, even though I know the answer, just in case I missed or something. Take that! But that's on the opposite side of the road? I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. Where did it move? Oh, what did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Objection! Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume? Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said, "It wasn't noticed until morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light." Yes, it couldn't have been in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! 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 What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet... Lord Van Zeek is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England. Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings besides behind this man's actions, what gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions. Oh, hey, Dr. MC Jones. Oh, boy. Shit, I know what I want to say, but I don't know what evidence I should present. I think it's this. Try the armband. It's not the armband! It's not the armband, damn it.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Stop, it's not boobies. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on this beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Awooga! Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through the man's mind? But so, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said is all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street then. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Raleigh. Just that one night. You knew that if that incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. Yeah, he works, as the game calls it, one of the most tiring jobs in the entire world. He has to walk like 20 miles a day. He has to do shit like wake people up in the morning for work and turn on the lights when it goes dark. He never gets a break. So the one time he has a break and then this shit happens. Like, I can understand where he's coming from. It's just unfortunate that this had to happen. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh? 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely. 4. But what made you put that book in the victim's hand when all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? Yeah, I understand what happened now. So, they, what's her face? Miss Garrideb threw the book out. It falls to the ground. Then, Miss Olive Green sees the book on the ground, right? goes to pick it up. But then, Miss Garida throws a knife out the window and falls down and stabs her in the back. And that's how that happened. Because she bent over to pick up the book. That's what I think happened. Anyways. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the crime scene. Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. So, let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! Wow, he got off easy. Seems like the Reaper is actually very kind. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally that the accused Soseki Natsume is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You won't name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier, in order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrideb. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against a window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with the rage. As such, you threw not only books, but anything you could have laid your hands on. So let me ask you this one more time, Mrs. Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw it at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said the members of the jury needed to testify, did he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Ah! Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrideb. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Huh? The prosecution does not object to the defense's... The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4, as I'm sure you all appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall exact the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Witness, state your name and occupation. Yes, my name is Joan Garrett, and I'm, I'm a juror and such like. Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now. He's here! Enter! Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garrett. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir! Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at it. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bully thing on the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware on the battlefield. You're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Alright, last cross-examination. Let's go!
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garrett. A rather passionate note, in fact. When Mrs. Garrett found the note, discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Defendant, Mr. Natsume. Yes, he received a stipend for his studies in art from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a suicidal takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, and a napkin. Interesting. It's really only soft items I was throwing. And I was really most restrained. The majority of them barely hit John. The cabbage is soft. I don't know, we should ask Ollie. He is my husband after all. I see, Mrs. Garadeb, your thoughtfulness and consideration for your spouse is apparent. What about you, Mr. Garadeb? Do you remember what your wife threw at you? Well, I recall the Lion's Pride, of course. Jolly good book, only just purchased it too. Jolly good book for burning, it seems. But it was a dashed awful scene on the battlefield, I can tell you. Flames everywhere, smoke billowing. Couldn't see a bully thing, really. I dare say I wouldn't have even noticed a knife bouncing off the old bunks. I don't think they tend to bounce, actually.
Hold it!
Rather partial to a spot of carving, is he? Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know that sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. Then there's my leatherwork. Sorry to say we're always losing knives about the place, and we have a dozen of the things. They sell them at the marketplace sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and a fork. Now, John, we don't want people thinking I'm so. Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir!
Hold it!
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can provide proof? Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection!
Objection! You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry actually exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from the skin. Or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheim is currently discussing the matter with the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method for proving our assertion. That this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Ugh. If only I could transplant this whole instant to several years in the future. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've all heard this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony, but in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Yes, I know. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Saseki-san's sake, we must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Alright, time for battle.
Hold it! By Jupiter!
Excuse me. Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every Good grief, woman! We're not at home right now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand, as usual, at the time of the onslaught. Not to clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see. Your pipe was broken. It never would have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It's important. Do the fans believe Mr. Garadev's remarks just now to be of great significance?
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young... God damn it! Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. What a Chad! It's his beard, his moon beard. Oh fuck! I didn't mean to press that. My grip, my poor grip. What am I supposed to do here? Is this where I present the knife? Oh right, I need to examine the pipe. That's why. I was like, what the fuck? What was I supposed to do again? It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadev's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadev, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Oh, what the fuck? Isn't he drinking out of this? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade. Oh no! Oh, that blade did look weird. Tip of a blade, surely it couldn't be. Tip of a blade. Yeah, now I can understand why the knife looks so weird. God damn, I've been wondering like for a while. Yeah, look at this shit. The hell? This is what will connect the knife to Mr. Gyarados. It's a perfect fit. Somehow, I just knew it.
Objection!
Mr. Gyarados, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb, back in the regiment, of course, but that was some long time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
Take that! This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Objection! No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Now that I look at him, Van Zeeks looks like Dio if he had gray hair. Good golly gosh! Order! 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 Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. Yeah, I realized that when he put his hand in front of his face. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, hasn't he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once! Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand, as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadev flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadev, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet, there is no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of Mr. Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back in the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! Objection! It's 1 in a million. 1 in a million, man. Oh, fuck. A full body theory. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, holy feet, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? Shut up, it's not a murder theory. It's a murder argument. An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself onto the victim's back. Too bad, I already solved this like an hour ago. She bent over to pick up the Lion's book, the Lion's Pride book, causing her back to be exposed. Like, come on, let me get there already. Yeah! Oh my, I just noticed that she's standing on a giant box. Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, he's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked hysteria in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history! We were so close, I could see the truth. I was so sure that we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Is it? It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection! It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could hit her on the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. Alright, I'm just gonna save right here. One last save, hopefully. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... I want to believe that it's a book, but how do I explain this?
Take that!
This. The fourth book found at the scene. Yes! Yes! This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadab's book? One minute earlier. No. Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the books in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was a police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure that it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd be doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at that exact moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garadeb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed right in front of you in front of the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, why is that so funny to me? The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I'd never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction. The constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Scaredab? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Miss Scaradab. Of course, I never meant for any of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear? It's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! It's just like their wedding day. Except, well, he can't carry her anymore. Amazing. Truly an amazing case. Lord Van Zooks. What news of Mrs. Garridan? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just heard word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept for our heartfelt apologies. It is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young lady just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He had thought she had been killed, too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination has really got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and ran away. I should have called for help, for the doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say the same. Say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Von Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As a foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. Code Geass? Well, Code Geass does take place in Britain, right?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Very well. Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Whoa! Pachi, 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 whoa! Pachi, 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 whoa! Whoa! Bam! Whoa! And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilation! No, they don't go out for ramen here. They go out for tea. They're in Great Britain after all. So, only tea and fish and chips for them. Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased! Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, no, no! Not that! Lovely, loyal, locum, lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I've said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I took a look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback! Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. When I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you, but this has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Enter! Enter! It's him! It's this fucker. The #1 teammate. Sherlock Holmes. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see. I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster had been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? It's you! Airlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. We're human after all. There's a quote by a Japanese poet, Haruki Murakami, I believe. Well, I'm not sure if he's a poet, actually. Let me look this up so I don't look dumb. I just remembered the quote. Oh yeah, he's a Japanese writer. So it's funny to hear this line come out of Sherlock Holmes. Huh? Yeah, Watson appeared. That's why I have like two PNGs of Watson on screen. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. So, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And, it would seem, you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears to be making trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Why did she throw me? Oh my god. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I'd like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh? It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And? You are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before an entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an invaluable wake-up call. Well, think about it, if it's alright. Perhaps I can welcome a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Oh no, living with Herlock Sholmes. Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself, though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of the price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome with words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. You must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. So, with Soseki's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Oh wow, it's so cozy. It honestly looks better than I thought it would. 20th February, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. So this is to be our new office. Yes, our office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Whoa! It's naked Sholmes! Wow! Holy shit! Oh, awooga, awooga. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I'm Miss LT. Are you here? It's Watson. Watson's here. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid! So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help but wondering what adventures await us. Yeah. Oh yeah, Susie. Yeah, she calls Susato, the assistant in this game. She calls her Susie. So yeah, it's Watson and Susie. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. And woo! Yeah, we did it! I wasn't planning on streaming for this long, right? But I just wasn't tired. I'm still not tired, to be honest. But I do know that I need to end, or else I'll be like killing myself by streaming so long. Oh hey Till. God, that case is so good. Man, like I can't believe that there's only one more left. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I wonder how many more streams for this game. I think at the rate that I'm playing, we only need like 2 more streams, so I'm really excited to finish this. There's actually someone who wants to collab with me for the second game. So I don't know if I'm like jumping the gun or anything by saying this. But yeah, that should be really exciting. Cause like reading this by myself, right? This is the first stream where I actually felt like, you know what? I'll read the entire story. it seriously kills my throat, man. And like, I'm pretty sure like I kept like forgetting what voices that I was using for what character, because there's so many. So playing this game with someone else along should make it a lot easier on my voice and like speeding up the process. Anywho, thank you all for coming as always. I appreciate everyone who comes to my streams just to say hi or something. Like, it really means a lot to me. Every little support I get means a lot to me. And today, who do I want to raid? Do you guys know who Retsu Bowl is? She's an albino lobster. I honestly haven't watched her streams yet, but she's doing an art stream right now, so that's something that I'm interested in watching. I usually try to pick streams that I would actually watch to raid. So yeah, her design is really cool, honestly. Like, I've seen her on Twitter a couple times, and Kuragi also interacts with them. So there you go. Today we're going to be rating Retsuvo, the albino lobster VTuber.